volunteer, girl. Get out. You're gonna have to spell me. We're all gonna no, girl. You're fine. That's what I'm saying. Stand here and be. Yeah, yeah. Let me move this there.
Yeah, and you were just hearing all of the different people that are out there for the No Kings rally outside the National Mall. If you're joining in right now, good Saturday morning. It is 10:49. You are watching Fox 5 Weekend Live on Fox Local, where we'll have minute-by-minute coverage on the No Kings rally that is scheduled to take place all across the country and is happening right here. You're looking at on your screen in D.C. at the National Mall there as well. We're seeing different organizations taking part in the rally, and we are seeing people that have already gathered there as well. It's really the calm before the storm in D.C. and cities across the country there. We're seeing different organizations you're looking at with their signs out there, and it's called the No Kings Rally, a nationwide day of action that is focused on civic engagement and accountability. We have been speaking to local organizers, local residents, and you are looking at that right now. They are chanting there. Take a listen in.
Make sure it's all the way extended. Yes. The telescopic poles, you can just keep pushing it up, and also general rule, try not to let them touch the ground if you are able to.
You're taking a look at a chopper shot from the Capitol, showing you another view of the crowds out there this morning. We're seeing traffic move along there. We're also seeing people taking part in the rally in a line there from that chopper shot that we have up for you as well. So folks are out there around 10:51 right now and outside the National Mall. And the other shot you're looking at is the closer view of folks that have gathered with their flags for the No Kings rally that is expected to bring in thousands and thousands of folks here to D.C. and millions of people taking part in this across the country. We're seeing many different types of people out there right now making their voices heard. Again, it's for the No Kings rally, and you're looking at a chopper view there in Washington, D.C. of people waiting in lines, and now traffic doesn't seem to be too bad out there. Things moving smoothly as well. And the other shot showing you a closer look at the National Mall. We're seeing tents out there and organizers, chanting, giving direction to folks that have gathered outside of the National Mall this morning. Different signs out there today, including Virginians for Lovers and different organizations, including WOFA. Now we're looking at the chopper once again and showing you that other aspect and other view of Washington, D.C. right before the rally is set to start at noon. But folks are already out there. More than 2,700 events are planned across the U.S. The flagship rally being held at 3rd and Pennsylvania Avenue near the Capitol, and around 200,000 folks expected right here in D.C. And events kicked off as early as 9 o'clock this morning. We do want to make you aware, if you are heading out the door, if you're not taking part in the rally, make sure you plan ahead. There might be some traffic changes, but what you are seeing there is that it seems pretty calm at the moment, and right now they're not moving around as much. Again, the chopper shot in D.C. is showing you outside what is going on and the lines that people are in, the posters that they are holding, and Metropolitan Police Department shared a statement with us saying people should anticipate rolling road closures in the areas around demonstrations, and updates are going to be posted on their X page, DC Police Traffic, via Alert DC. Well, there are no known threats to the district, but they are encouraging everyone to stay calm and careful and vigilant. If you see something, say something. But a beautiful day in the DMV, and we're seeing Bill Nye there as well. Talking to folks that are part of the rally at the National Mall. Bill Nye, the science guy. And now we also are seeing more people gathered in that chopper shot in Washington, D.C. It looks to be like they are in a line, maybe trying to get in or just waiting outside with their posters on full display there. Now, full shot of that, from a full aerial view from Chopper 4 there. And let's take a listen in to that rally at the National Mall.
Citizens, I am so excited to welcome you to the Virginia is for Lovers Parade. We are going to have an amazing, joyful, peaceful, nonviolent love parade. My name is Michaela Pond. I'm an elementary school teacher, if you could not tell. I herd cats for a living. I had the good fortune of teaching America's future, and I am so excited that your teachers have taught you patriotic songs, and I hope you will sing them as joyfully as you did when you were in 4th grade. We are going to get ready to march at 11 o'clock. We are going to sing our first song. After we sing the song, we are going to go out to the gravel. We are not marching up on the grass. Basically, follow the leader. Remember that game? We're playing follow the leader today. Thank you so much. At the end of the parade, please return your flags to the Epstein files. Epstein files. Please return your flags. All right, sing loud, sing proud. Let's have fun, and let's get the first Virginia woman governor elected! I would like to introduce a very dear friend and neighbor of mine, Bill Nye, the science guy!
Greetings, 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 fellow citizens. It's so good to see us all out here. I am a native Washingtonian. I have a lot of family in Arlington. I have a lot of family in Roanoke, in Richmond, and Danville, Virginia. The Commonwealth is a beautiful place, and we are going to keep it that way. I was here for the Vietnam War. So was I. It was elbow to elbow on the National Mall. You couldn't see the ground. And that changed the world. That protest influenced our lawmakers to do the right thing. And we're going to do the same thing today. If you read the Declaration of Independence, which is safely stored right over there at the National Archives on Constitution Avenue, you can find it. It's now available in paperback. You will see some of the very same things that they were concerned with their monarch in 1776 that we are concerned with our president. But working together with this protest, peacefully, respectfully, we can, dare I say it, change the world! So as we sing, let us gently move over to the gravel path, the decomposed granite, the DG. Is that right, Michaela?
We have one more guest to introduce.
One more guest to introduce. Bill, cool it. Bill, get it under control. So I will now hand the bullhorn to one more guest, Michaela.
Bill, you are all part of the 3.5%. Thank you so much. It is my amazing honor and pleasure to introduce Senator Adam Schiff.
How you doing today? Well, it is wonderful to see so many of you out here today. Thank you for coming out. I was just thinking as I was listening to Bill, and isn't Bill wonderful? I was thinking about visiting this mall with my father, who passed last year at 96. He joined the service at the end of World War II and was stationed in Virginia. And that generation and all that followed have lived in a world that was ever expanding in its freedoms. We saw new democracies being born. We saw walls coming down. We saw our freedoms expand. We saw our ability to associate with whom we would, to speak our piece, to love who we would love. And we thought that somehow this democratization was inevitable. It was inexorable. It was like Martin Luther King's moral arc of the universe, always bending towards justice. Until suddenly, we found it not bending towards justice. Until suddenly, we found that arc not bending towards justice. Until suddenly, we found our freedoms contracting instead of expanding. And we came to realize that this incredible legacy of ours, our democracy, is not inevitable. It is not inexorable. It is not like gravity. We have to defend it. We have to come together and defend it. And that is what we are doing today. We are gathered on this great mall to defend our democracy. To say hell no to kings. We are not going back. Our founders listed a long set of grievances against having a king. That troops were sequestered among us. That the justice system was perverted. That the king was imposing tariffs on us. If you look at the long list of grievances of our founders, you will see just how familiar they sound. And we are gathered today to say, we will defend our democracy, we support our democracy, hell no to kings, hell no to kings. And I thank you for being here, because it is a million acts of patriotism that we're seeing all over the country today, of courage, of speaking out, that are going to save this country. Thank you so much, everyone.
Such a wonderful surprise. And I still want you to try my chili. Are we ready to sing? Song sheets out, flags up. Song sheets out, flags up. We are going to start with number 1, America the Beautiful. Let me cue the music. Majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed His grace on thee, and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Welcome back, and Gwen Tolworth, you're joining us, a beautiful meteorologist with us, joining us with the lovely forecast stepping out the door this morning. Things look good. What do I need to know?
Well, you know what? It is going to be really nice. We have clouds this morning, but sun this afternoon. I mean, there's all these outdoor activities that we know that are happening. I'm just glad it's not a rainy day for everybody outside today, but it is a sun-filled day, and that's what's going to pop up this afternoon is the sunshine. So we have a few clouds, but a very nice day ahead of us. Tomorrow's going to be a little different. We have some pretty gusty winds to talk about, and also some late day rain. It's going to come in the evening hours. And then the week ahead, some cooler days, heading to the low 60s. And I want to tell you, starting out this morning, it was a little bit on the nippy side, but it will warm up. Currently, with the clouds, it is 60 degrees. Wind winds are from the south, very calm at about 6 miles an hour only. So that's not all bad. And we've got temperatures area-wide that are into the 50s and into the 60s. 56 to the west is Cumberland. Down to the south, we've got 59 for Fredericksburg. Leonardtown at 63 degrees this hour. 61 at Baltimore and 61 at Annapolis. If you're chilling by the water at Annapolis, this is a perfect day, definitely, for that. 24-hour temperature change for the most part is on the plus side. So that just means that it is warmer this hour by at least up to 6 to 9 degrees than it was yesterday at this time. And that's the trend that's going to continue. Now here's satellite radar composite, and you can see the clouds that are there, but they will get out of the way. We've got this ridge of high pressure in place, and that is going to move its way out. As it does, we're going to see a frontal system move its way in. And between the frontal system and the ridge of high pressure, we're going to have what's called a tight pressure gradient, and that just means gusty winds. And that's going to happen tomorrow. In the meantime, for today, that ridge will give us the sunshine. That frontal system will pass, though, as we get into tomorrow evening. Ahead of it and along it is where we're going to get some rain showers. Storm Prediction Center has us under a marginal risk of severe weather, so we're not really looking at any thunderstorms or anything major popping up, but there will be some rain, and it'll cross the beltway into the evening hours. So you're going to have most of the day that's going to actually be pretty nice if you want to get out and enjoy it. Here's the timing for you. As we take a look and we get into the evening hours tomorrow, about 6 o'clock, that wet weather is over West Virginia Panhandle and starting to move its way closer to the I-81 corridor. Now, the thing to remember is the brighter the color, the heavier the rainfall. And where you see the really bright orange and red, that's where we could possibly get maybe a pretty good downpour or even a rumble of thunder. By the 8, 9 o'clock hour, here it comes, moving its way toward the Beltway, straight along that I-95 corridor, and then that continues overnight into the early hours pre-dawn of Monday morning. Areas to the west will still see some lingering showers, but then it moves its way off to the east and heads off to the northeast, and before you know it, it's gone by the time we get to the late morning hours of your Monday. Here's a look at what's expected with rainfall into sunrise Monday. Just over an inch in some spots, a half inch or less elsewhere. But once again, as we're always saying, we do need that rain. So here's a look at your highs for today under the dry conditions and the sunshine. Highs into the low 70s right across the board, a little warmer to areas of our west, but we are talking a day that is definitely going to be sun-filled. And if you're counting, well, 13 days before you have to get your Halloween costume ready, 15 days before we set the clocks back an hour, and 40 days before it's Thanksgiving and turkey time. Here's a look at that 7-day forecast for you. We'll get a few light showers Tuesday overnight into Wednesday, then we're back to sunshine all over again. But definitely today is the day, Saida, to get out, enjoy, and do what you want to do. You can even fire up the grill today because weather's going to cooperate.
Yeah, if you want to barbecue, listen to Gwen. She brought in that good weather for us. 70s are looking good. Gwen,
yes.
Are you doing anything fun this weekend?
Not a whole lot, but I'll be back here again tomorrow morning.
I'll see you back here tomorrow morning as well. Well, thank you so much. We are really thankful to you for keeping it warm for us.
And welcome to Fox 5.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to be here. Again, we are covering the weather. We're also covering the No Kings rally that is taking place nationally and right here in the Capitol in D.C. And we saw many different folks out there, including Bill Nye. We saw Senator Adam Schiff as well out there, you know, talking to the people, saying that we can change the world, also saying they're there to defend our democracy. They were seen there singing and chanting, asking people to put their flags up as well. So again, you're taking a look at the No Kings protest there in D.C., which is currently happening all over the country. So make sure you are tuned in to Fox Local. We are going to have minute-by-minute coverage, and we are showing you the many folks that are already out there by the National Mall. People gathered outside. You are also seeing the aerial shot from Chopper 4 in D.C. as well. It is only about 11:07 in the morning here in D.C., but folks have gathered bright and early, and you heard Meteorologist meteorologist Gwen mentioned, this is the day, folks, if you want to get anything done, if you want to go out for a run, maybe even barbecue, if you're headed to the rally today in DC or even in Bethesda. Nice weather for you out there, not seeing any rain out there, so make sure you listen into the forecast if you want to. You can also download the Fox Local app so you can have the forecast with you and the top stories here in the DMV area in your pocket before you leave the house. And again, this is the No Kings rally that is happening in DC, bringing in thousands and thousands of folks to the Capitol with their flags and their signs, and we are seeing them sing songs. We saw prominent personalities like Bill Nye, the science guy, talking to folks, and we saw Senator Senator Adam Schiff outside talking to the people, saying that we can truly change the world. Now, these Saturday demonstrations are follow-ups to the No Kings that was held back on June 14th. Nearly 2,000 cities across the country, and in D.C., 200,000 folks expected. You are seeing shots of that right now. Many people out and about, and you are also seeing shots from up in the sky there from Chopper 4 in Washington, D.C. It's a nationwide day of action that is called No Kings Day. It's happening from coast to coast. The No Kings rally expected to bring in thousands, and more than 2,700 events are planned across the U.S. The flagship rallies at 3rd and Pennsylvania Avenue near the Capitol from noon to 2 p.m. And there's going to be demonstrations outside NIH in Bethesda in support of medical research, bridge brigades in Arlington, a human chain along Broad Street in Falls Church, and a rally stretching Route 1 in Prince George's County from College Park to Mount Rainier. So we're going to have a minute-by-minute coverage on air and streaming on Fox Local. Make sure you download the app. And we saw organizers and leaders speaking to the public about how they're looking forward to this rally remaining peaceful, remaining calm. If you are headed out the door to take part in the rally, we want to remind you, D.C. law protects your right to peacefully protest. You can even record police as long as you're not interfering. But we want to remind folks at home or those that are headed out the door, open carry is illegal. Some areas like the Capitol and Supreme Court grounds have restrictions. Now we're already seeing, different people there with their flags up, their signs up as well for the No Kings protest at the Capitol, at the National Mall as well. And again, certain places like the Capitol, the Supreme Court grounds do have restrictions. So remember that if you are taking part. When we were showing you some of the coverage there, these folks were getting directions from the organizers that when the rally is done to make sure they return their flags at the end of the rally, and that they can truly change the world. We saw them singing different songs out there as well. So let's talk about, some of the meanings here. Especially the phrase No Kings, which was first coined by the 50501 movement. It's a grassroots organization that pushes back against what they call, quote, the anti-democratic and illegal actions of the Trump administration and its plutocratic allies. Right now, what you're looking at are two different shots. One is from the Chopper 4, showing you a full shot from the top there. And the other right there is from the rally at the National Mall. We're seeing people already walking at this moment, dressed up with different signs and with their flags up. And many people out there right now. Time now is 11:12. You're taking a live look at the No Kings rally protest in D.C., a nationwide day of action, happening from coast to coast and right here locally. And now we're seeing a back shot of some women there as well that are part of the rally. And on the other side, we're seeing people holding up their American flags. Some folks are dressed up in different, characters there at the National Mall. In the other shot from the Chopper, you can see even out there, we are looking at folks who are waving American flags. We are seeing shots of the traffic and people in a line out there with their messages on those posters and those signs that they have made. And at the National Mall there, people are walking now, and they are making sure they make their voices heard. So we are going to be having a minute-by-minute coverage on this. We're going to have a crew on the scene as well around noon, so we'll have live updates there as well. But so far, things looking quite peaceful out there. The chopper shot showing you an aerial view from Washington, D.C. there, and right there you're looking at folks walking up with different flags, and it seems like it's already is looking like a lot of people that have gathered outside there as well. But we want to remind you to stay safe as you're heading out the door this morning. 2,700 events are planned across the country in the flagship rally at 3rd and Pennsylvania near the Capitol from noon to 2 p.m. And again, we want to remind you, D.C. law does protect your right to peacefully protest. So stay safe and stay vigilant out there. And if you're heading out the door, you're not taking part in the rally, make sure you plan ahead if you have something like an appointment or anything else, because there might be restrictions in the traffic for the D.C. area. We just told you about the forecast. Meteorologist Gwen telling us today is a great day, and that's what we're seeing. No signs of any rain or any clouds for the folks that are taking part in the No Kings protest in D.C. Like she mentioned, today's a day to get things done that you need to get done, because we're going to be in the 70s, folks. It's a beautiful morning, beautiful Saturday morning, and doesn't even feel like fall, feels like a spring day. But again, you're looking at the No Kings protest happening in Washington, D.C. This is a live look from outside of the National Mall. Many people have already gathered. We saw some prominent personalities like Bill Nye, the Science Guy, speaking to folks out there, spreading his message. We also saw a local senator as well speaking to people and telling them to change the world, defend our democracy, and a lot of people out there singing songs, chanting with their flags up. And you're seeing the shot out there from the National Mall now. We are seeing people walk in a different direction there. Let's listen into what is going on in the No Kings protests right there at the National Mall.
Science teacher. We gotta tie up their phone lines, call the local offices. Have conversations with the people who work for these scoundrels. And here, just in case. Thank you.
Well, good Saturday morning. If you're joining us now, we are taking a live look at the No Kings protest happening in D.C. We're hearing music, drums out there, people singing their songs. We're seeing folks promote their messages outside as well. And this is right outside the National Mall in Washington, D.C. The calm before the storm, and in cities across the country, thousands are expected for what's being called the No Kings Rally. It's a nationwide day of action focused on civic engagement and accountability. It is 11:18 right now in D.C. We have been speaking to organizers. We're looking at a band out there playing music alongside the folks that are taking part in the rally as well. And some traffic closures to expect as you head out the door this morning. Again, we're taking a live look at the No Kings Rally in D.C., which is happening here and all across the country. Now, the flagship event is planned for 3rd in Pennsylvania. We're seeing people that have already gathered this morning from the National Mall and walking now, singing songs, chanting, playing music, holding up signs. Make sure to plan ahead because traffic will be impacted. The Metropolitan Police Department sent us the following, that people should anticipate road closures in areas around demonstrations, and updates are going to be posted on their X page. DC Police Traffic. Again, a live look at the rally in DC, where people have started to walk up from the National Mall, music, messages and the flags as well.
Ah, okay.
There's mad distinct contingents merging. I think there was actually 2 different routings.
Good Saturday morning. We're showing you a live look there at the No Kings protest. If you're joining us now, thank you so much for joining us on Fox Local. This is the No Kings rally that is happening all across the country and here in DC, where we're already seeing so many people outside this morning around 11:23 a.m. at the moment. And we started off seeing organizers giving instructions to the people that are taking part in the rally, but now we're taking a look at folks that have moved from the National Mall, and now they have their various different signs there holding up flags with the different messages as well. You're seeing the camera pan over to the other side there as well, where folks are making their opinions known, singing songs. There's music playing. There was a band that we saw earlier, and the No Kings rally is going to be bringing in thousands of folks here to the DC area, but millions across the country. Now 2,700 events planned, and a lot of folks have been preparing since yesterday. We were seeing early demonstrations near the Lincoln Memorial yesterday as well. But yeah, again, if you're joining in, this is the No Kings rally happening here in DC. So let's take a listen in again.
The fall of the Trump regime. 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 The fall of the Trump regime.
And we heard people singing the fall of the Trump regime there during the No Kings rally. So many different activities and folks dressed up. Some people with signs, some people are dressed up in costumes, some people have all sorts of flags out there, making sure they're making their voice heard. Now, we do want to remind you about DC law, which protects your right to peacefully protest and even record police as long as you are not interfering. But again, open carry is illegal. So a reminder for those that are heading out to the rally this morning. On this side, we are seeing another group there with their sign in their pink shirts. Some areas like the Capitol and Supreme Court grounds do have restrictions, so be mindful of that. Again, we're bringing you minute-by-minute coverage of the No Kings rally happening all across the country right here in DC. Make sure you download the Fox Local app if you want to get the latest on the rally and even the latest on the forecast. If you have things to do this weekend, you can have that right in your pocket as you head out the door. Again, today a really nice day, and if you want to get something done or be part of the rally or have errands to run, really beautiful day if you head out the door. So we saw directions that were being given to folks that are a part of this movement, and Senator Adam Schiff, Bill Nye the Science Guy, we're seeing by the National Mall talking to the people. Senator Schiff telling folks we can change the world to defend our democracy. They were singing, they were chanting, we saw flags up. We also spoke about the deeper meaning of No Kings. Now we're seeing posters right there in that shot saying love, not hate, makes America great. And another sign saying the Rapid Response Choir is there. Now on this other side, many folks have joined in and are making sure that they are taking part. Again, this is the No Kings rally. If you are joining us now, this is a live look at the DC No Kings protest, and walking towards the Capitol there in the shot as well. It started by the National Mall, but we have seen the walk now move towards the Capitol as well. More than 2,700 events planned across our country, and this flagship rally at 3rd and Pennsylvania Avenue near the Capitol from noon to 2 p.m. And in DC alone, around 200,000 people are expected, with events that kicked off as early as 9 o'clock this morning. We're taking a look at the No Kings rally there. You can see the Capitol right there in the shot, and folks walking towards the Capitol with their signs and their flags. Again, people were hoping for a peaceful and calm protest. We have seen things stay calm so far as we have been monitoring this for you on Fox Local. I want to remind folks demonstrations will be outside NIH in Bethesda as well. If you're staying in Maryland for the No Kings rally, the Bridge Brigades in Arlington, supporting medical research, human chain along Broad Street in Falls Church, and a rally stretching Route 1 in Prince George's County from College Park to Mount Rainier. Now, Saturday's demonstrations are follow-ups to No Kings that were held back on June 14th in nearly 2,000 cities across the country. We can see folks walking towards the Capitol right there. Power to DC, we're seeing many different signs with different messages out there today. Again, if you're joining us now, we are taking a live look of folks walking towards the Capitol for the No Kings protest in DC, and let's listen into that right now.
Markers if you want to write on the back.
Oh, posters and markers.
Not giving away the markers.
Posters, we got posters here. We have one that says, posters, we got posters. We got the posters.
Like I said, you can write on the back. Yes. Blank back. Markers there. Okay, what do we need?
We're seeing people taking some posters there for the No Kings rally, different kinds of posters. Some saying No Kings since 1776, but people making sure they're prepared with what they need to take part in the rally. We're seeing them walk towards the Capitol this morning. It's about 11:31 a.m. and people are distributing posters there. We heard music, we heard people expressing themselves with different costumes and posters. Now we're seeing the camera walk towards the Capitol. This all started at the National Mall. Again, you're watching the No Kings rally live in DC and happening all over the country. Folks out there getting closer and closer to the Capitol and wearing different shirts now. We're seeing so many people already that have gathered there for the No Kings rally, and we're seeing them getting closer to the Capitol with their signs, making sure they're making their messages clear, stop the ICE invasion, different messages across these posters that you're looking at. Crowds and crowds of people at the No Kings protest in D.C. The camera panning over is showing you the volume of the crowds there in the Capitol, walking towards the Capitol building there. Different signs as well. Time now 11:34.
Get the straight skinny, what the hell's really going on this city? Bring it first, and not the Washington Post.
Chants and music heard there outside of the Capitol for the nationwide day of action. No Kings Day happening coast to coast, 2,700 events happening across our country, and this one at 3rd and Pennsylvania Avenue near the Capitol from noon to 2 p.m. But as you can see, it's 11:34, and people are already out and about chanting and singing and playing music there. Let's take a listen in again. And we are hearing people chanting no Trump, no KKK there. Different chants outside for the No Kings rally protest happening in D.C. by the Capitol, which was set to kick off at noon. But already volumes of people out there sitting and listening to people and what they have to say with their own signs, different messaging outside as well. Let's take a listen in again. But before we do, if you're joining us now, good Saturday morning, you are watching live in D.C. the No Kings rally taking place, drawing in thousands of folks, not just here, but across the country. Let's take a listen in one more time. And we can see the size of the crowds only getting larger and larger as the time passes. This is the No Kings rally in D.C. No thrones, no crowns, no kings. We're seeing different messaging on posters out there as well. But we are seeing a clear increase in crowds outside. This is live footage of the No Kings rally that is happening in D.C. and we are going to give you look at that. We are already showing you that as well, but we have seen people make different statements, different messaging, prominent figures like Bill Nye, the science guy. We're seen taking part in the rally. Again, we want to remind you of your rights in D.C. D.C. protects your rights to peacefully protest and even record police as long as you are not interfering. But now, and clearly in this shot, we can see the size and volume of folks have increased. They're walking towards the Capitol. This is for the No Kings protest happening in Washington, D.C. You're taking a live look at our coverage. We are going to be covering this minute by minute today on Fox Local. Thank you for joining us. 11:38 now on this Saturday morning, and we did check our forecast for you as well. You can hear right there, no justice, no peace. Again, folks, if you're joining us now, good Saturday morning. You're watching a live coverage of the No Kings rally protest that is happening right now in D.C. Live coverage set to start at noon, but it's already seeing so much volume and groups of people outside chanting. There are different posters. American flags can be seen outside as well. We will have a crew on the scene bringing us the latest, but you are taking a live look at the No Kings rally protest in D.C. Folks walking towards the Capitol, and we saw this rally start at the National Mall. While people were getting ready outside, we're taking a look at some of the posters that are on the ground saying, "Remember your oath," crowns with X on them saying since 1776. Different songs. People are using music to get their messaging across. Folks are dressed up. Some are dressed down. Some people have their flags up. Some people are standing while others are sitting. Some criticizing ICE. Others criticizing our current administration. But this is all happening near the Capitol in Washington, D.C. And we have the camera now panning to different angles there, showing you folks speaking to each other. We have not seen any situations there escalate this morning, and we have been covering this for a little bit now. We have seen folks remain calm and vigilant outside near the Capitol, starting from the National Mall. You're taking a live look at this No Kings rally that is happening in D.C. Now we're zooming into the crowd there with their posters in Washington, D.C., and just getting more and more packed and crowded. Now we are even seeing people bring their small children to the rally as well. Different posters there. We're very close to the Capitol building at this point. We do want to remind you to be extremely safe if you are going and taking part in the rally. Make sure to remember that grounds like the Capitol and Supreme Court grounds do have restriction, folks, and open carry is still illegal. Again, you have a right to peacefully protest, even record police, but as long as you're not, interfering, and make sure to stay vigilant out there. If you're not taking part in the rally, beautiful day outside. You can see it's sunny day, especially for October, just a gorgeous morning there. And if you have something to do, today is the day. And if you are going to the rally, just beautiful weather out there. A meteorologist, Gwen, told us this morning, this is the day, folks, to get all your errands done, or maybe even go out for a barbecue. And if you are part of the rally, then make sure to plan ahead. There are some traffic closures that might be in place. And again, if you see something, say something. If something makes you uncomfortable, make sure to stay extra careful out there. Now the camera is panning around the crowd there, and folks are, some are standing around with their posters for the No Kings rally. We also showed you previews of different rallies that were happening yesterday. So actually, I was out at the Lincoln Memorial and they were already previewing this rally yesterday. And now this is the real deal today, the No Kings rally in D.C. And the camera just panning through the crowds there. We can see the crowds are getting much bigger now, and lots of people holding up their signs. Let's take a listen into what is happening right there at the No Kings protest in Washington, D.C. A live look there at the nationwide day of action called No Kings Day, which is happening from coast to coast. And this is a live shot there in Washington, D.C. near the Capitol. No Kings rally drawing in thousands of folks here to D.C. 2,700 events are happening across the country. The flagship rally at 3rd and Pennsylvania Avenue near the Capitol. And another interesting poster there that you can see. Very colorful posters outside. Some people dressed up today as well. There will be demonstrations outside of NIH in Bethesda in support of medical research, bridge brigades in Arlington. And again, we're going to have minute-by-minute coverage on air and streaming on Fox Local. Make sure you download Fox Local for the latest on the No Kings rally and for your forecast to enjoy your weekend and this beautiful weather that we have been blessed with on this fall morning. So make sure you download Fox Local. The demonstrations are follow-ups to No Kings that was held back on June 14th. And this happened in nearly 2,000 cities in our country. Protests were scheduled to coincide with President Donald Trump's scheduled birthday military parade. And again, the phrase No Kings was first coined by the 50501 movement, which is a grassroots organization that pushes back against what they call, quote, the anti-democratic and illegal actions of the Trump administration and its plutocratic allies, end quote. And you're seeing there the crowds are increasing now that we're approaching the afternoon, time now 11:45. This is a shot right outside of the Capitol. Many folks there holding up flags and their own posters. And we want to remind you, around 200,000 people are expected in D.C. alone. These events kicked off as early as 9 o'clock in the morning. We're seeing some folks in the tents there, and the camera moving toward the back of the tent. And we're following folks that are walking towards the Capitol. Let's take a listen in once again. And fire and EMS on the scene as well, making sure things run smoothly there, so we can see officials are on the scene there for the No Kings rally in D.C. The police car blocking off the roadway there, and a live look at the Capitol for the No Kings rally. We can see the Capitol in plain sight there. People crossing the road, and it seems like a lot of these roadways are blocked off there. And now we're walking towards the other side of the street there for the No Kings rally protest happening in Washington, D.C. by the Capitol. You can see that woman holding the sign that says, "We love our federal workers." Again, we're in the third week of the shutdown. And this is a live look of the No Kings rally in D.C. A lot of people making sure they use this event to speak about the shutdown as well when it comes to people getting laid off, like our federal workers or people that work for the government who have not received a paycheck or are left in limbo at this time. So the poster is also indicating a lot of support for furloughed workers who are not getting paid at the moment because of the government shutdown. So another message, another theme that is a part of the No Kings rally here in Washington, D.C., as we take a live look of folks that are taking part in this protest and walking towards the Capitol this afternoon. It is about 11:49. We are 10 minutes away from it being noon when the rally was officially supposed to kick off. Things are pretty calm and careful. People are being extremely careful at this moment, but we have seen crowds increase in sizes and different posters out there as well. You're looking at crowds and crowds of people behind those barricades there, holding up their posters, and people dressed up in different costumes for the No Kings protest happening in D.C. And as the camera pans over, we're seeing the Capitol in the main shot there with guards on scene and police on scene as well. And we saw earlier folks chanting and singing. And this is a live look in D.C. for the No Kings rally. It's a protest happening all across the country, bringing thousands and thousands of people, around 200,000 folks expected in Washington, D.C. this afternoon. A shot of folks there behind the barricades in Washington, D.C., a live look at the rally for No Kings, and background music happening as well. People with flags, with their posters, all of this for the No Kings rally happening in D.C. We will have a crew there reporting live from the scene as well, but you can see crowds and crowds of people that have gathered in the nation's capital to make their voices heard. As you head out the door this morning, make sure to plan ahead because there will be some delays in traffic and just beautiful weather outside as well. So make sure you download the Fox Local app to keep updated on the rally and the weather as you plan out your Saturday and your Sunday tomorrow if you are wanting to get things done and just want to know the latest on what you can expect. Download the Fox Local app. Another live look at the No Kings rally protest that is happening today in D.C. and different messages and themes from the event already. Some folks talking about the war in Gaza while others criticizing our current administration, while many others are showing support for federal workers who are impacted by the shutdown and are left in limbo not getting paid. So different themes across the board when it comes to the No Kings rally today in the Capitol as folks have moved towards the Capitol. They started at the National Mall this morning with their posters and their chants, and we're seeing people behind the barricades there near the Capitol. The crowds have just only gone up in size for the No Kings rally in D.C. We're taking a live look there. It is 11:57 a.m. right now. It's a nationwide day of action that is happening across our country. 200,000 people expected. Things kicked off as early as 9 o'clock this morning, and 2,700 events planned across our country. The flagship one you are looking at there near the Capitol, set to start noon to 2 p.m. Of course, these folks got there bright and early this morning with the beautiful weather, and we will also have a crew live at the scene as well. And make sure you download the Fox Local app if you want to stay up to date on the No Kings rally and other top stories in our DMV communities. Of course, if you want to take the weather with you, having that app is crucial, folks, so you can know what to expect as you're driving or putting together your weekend. But beautiful weather so far if you are taking part in this rally. So far, things have remained calm, and we are seeing folks stay vigilant outside, speaking about what they are passionate about. Prominent personalities were part of this day, like Bill Nye the Science Guy, Senator Adam Schiff. Some of the messaging here: we can change the world, defend our democracy. Lots of singing, lots of chanting, lots of flags and posters. Now you can see the stage area there. We're seeing people behind the barricades, and the stage area showing crowds as well, and a message that says "No Kings" with an X through the crown. The power belongs to the people. And we did talk about the phrase "No Kings," which was coined by the 50501 movement. So this is by the Capitol. You can also see the Capitol behind the stage there. So we are expecting a crew out there to give us live updates as well, but the volume of people increasing for the No Kings rally. You're taking a live look at the rally in Washington, D.C.
Okay, do you see the stage?
History in the making there, taking a live look at the No Kings rally in D.C. Thank you so much for joining us. Good Saturday afternoon, rather. 11:59 on the dot, and we are showing you a live coverage of the No Kings rally in our nation's capital. Folks are out there chanting and singing and holding up their signs, holding up the American flags, and talking about different things that they are passionate about, whether it is the shutdown, the economy, the war in the Middle East, or just opinions they have on our current administration. So 2 shots up for you right now. One shot panning around to show you the crowds behind those barricades, while the other shows you the stage there in Washington, D.C., and showing you the Capitol in plain sight in the center of the shot there. There are women, there are children that we saw. Now there's folks outside gathered by the stage, which displays the No King signs. And the other camera that we're looking at, and walking through the crowds there in the Capitol, and the different kinds of messaging that we're seeing, and just a busy day out there. But the weather seems to be cooperating if you are heading out the door for the rally or anything else that you are trying to get done this weekend. So again, we're showing you a live look of the No Kings rally that is happening by the Capitol in D.C. 200,000 people expected in our nation's capital, and this is happening all across the country. History in the making. And now we can see in the shot by the stage there, people have joined and are speaking to the crowds there for the protest in Washington, D.C. Again, a live look at the stage area near the Capitol. Let's take a listen into what they are saying to the crowds that have gathered.
There were the Piscataway people. There were the Powhatan people here in this region, trading and living in peace with one another. until people wearing collars like me decided to displace them. And so we gather to remember that the land that we stand on is sacred land. And we acknowledge those who have come before us. We acknowledge the descendants of formerly indentured servants, then becoming slaves who traded with those indigenous Americans on this land. And so you are standing on holy ground. Amen. I want to give honor and gratitude to our Creator, God, and to each representative of our Creator who has gathered here today. I especially want to thank the representation of DC clergy who stand behind me and stand with me on this stage today. Showing you, come on and give them some love. Standing with me today is Pastor Mark Thomas. Standing with me today is Rabbi Esther Letterman. Standing with me, yeah, come on, give them love. Standing with me today is Pastor Christopher Zacharias and Reverend Anthony Moore and Reverend Gail Fisher Stewart and Minister Stephanie Thomas Gordon and Brother Sim Singh Atariwa, and Reverend Terrence McKinley and Sister Nada Zaldi. If I butchered anybody's name, as we say in our tradition, please charge it to my head and not to my heart. In my tradition, there is a story in the book of Daniel in the 3rd chapter. It's a story that you can find in the Hebrew Bible. It's about 3 brothers named Shadrach and Meshach and Abednego. And there was a king in the land in those days. And that king's name was Nebuchadnezzar. He was a narcissistic king. He was a prideful king. He believed that neighbors should turn against neighbors instead of loving neighbors. He believed in the occupation of territory and not the blessing of sacred land. And he told everybody in the land that they had to bow down and worship him. They erected a golden statue of him and put it on the national, and put it in their land at that time. And those 3 brothers who were gathered there, those 3 sacred vessels of holiness, they refused to bow to that king. And I just believe that we have a few folk who are here today who are willing to stand with me and simply say, we will not bow. No, we won't bow to any power that traffics in fear and division. We will not bow. We won't bow to an empire or to a regime that believes in separating us by the documentation or the status that we carry or the faith that we witness to or the people that we love or the places that we come from, because our God knows the places that we are going. Our God is not concerned about where we came from. The God I serve takes us wherever we came from and tells us that you are the beloved of God. I encourage you, brothers and sisters, siblings that are gathered here together, look to your right, look to your left, there is a simple principle that I learned from Bishop Desmond Tutu in South Africa, who stood for decades against apartheid. And he simply taught us to look each other in the eye with a principle that we call the Sawubona principle. The Sawubona principle means I see you. And right now, I encourage you, siblings that are gathered here, use your eyes. Use your eyes. Look to your left. You don't have to say a word. Look to your right. Embrace that loved one that's there with your eyes and show them, even now as we gather here, I see you. A people, a people who can see each other, can remind each other of our collective sacredness. A people who can see each other cannot unsee it when our babies are being pulled out of cars on their way to be dropped off at school. A people who can see each other cannot unsee masked ICE agents pulling up in our city and cities around the country. A people who can see each other cannot unsee wickedness and spiritual wickedness in high places. Somewhere I read that a people who see each other cannot unsee vile hypocrisy in the land. But a people who are determined to see each other will collectively say, we will not bow. And I can see those three boys standing there, standing in clear defiance to the edict of an unjust ruler. And I can still hear them saying with me, saying with you, saying with people.
Captured the nation by storm. This is one of the No Kings protests going on across the country, but of course right here in Washington, D.C., this is the epicenter. We've got thousands of individuals who have marched here at noon, at 12 o'clock today. This was the beginning of the actual speeches that are going down today. Got a slate full of speakers and speeches that'll be going down, culminating with Bernie Sanders, who will be doing that there at the end. We've got a young lady there who is expressing her interest there. We love America. No kings are the signs that we're reading. But of course, what it is that we want to do is that we want to speak with the individuals who have come out here today to talk about why it is that we've come out here today. So we'll begin with you all. And you, sir, I know that you didn't believe that we would tell the truth. Well, we're here to talk to the people and to get the truth represented from everyone. So first, we'll introduce ourselves.
Yeah, so my name is Matt Gordon. I'm a member of Remember Your Oath. We're a veterans protest that's been set up at Union Station since August 25th. We're out here protesting the military occupation of our streets by use of the National Guard to terrorize and intimidate the citizens of our country, whether it be here in D.C., in Memphis, Tennessee, Portland, Chicago, or wherever else they show up. We're committed to being out in the streets and protesting that as much as possible.
Well, and I think that there are a lot of people, again, who are around the nation because this is going on. This is a movement that has been going on who say, are we here just to complain? Are we here to share our grievances? Why is it that you came out today?
So today we came out as part of our organization. One thing that we'd like to do is reach out to unhoused veterans in whatever city that we're in and link them up with people like my friend Bardia here, who's a veterans lawyer, help them get the benefits that they are earned and deserved, that they've earned, and help them get off the street, into a home, into a career, and start helping them move into a better direction.
Wow. But you and I, we were speaking off camera, and you talked to me about how passionate you are about this project. This is something that, in some regards, you've given up some of your livelihood to make sure that you are here for the people.
So, yeah, I did. I was a federal government attorney. I was a decision writer at the Board of Veterans Appeals for a judge, and I resigned out of protest to start an organization to serve veterans for free as an attorney. Right now I'm in trial all the time, kind of managing all the crisis going on in our city. When I see the National Guard, I think two things. I think UCMJ 90 says obey a lawful order. The other thing is that in the Nuremberg trials, in the manual for court martial, it mentions the Nuremberg trials, and it says that following unlawful orders is no excuse. My job exists because people in this system don't care that people like Matt and others like him that need the things they deserve and have served and have earned, right? My job exists because of this dynamic, right? So you should listen to us. We're on your side. We're here for you. When we talk to the Guard, we are the ones that care about them, not these people that put them out here in front of the public as a charade, as almost like an ornament to disvalue their service and disvalue the uniform. So that's why we're here. We're here for Americans that have served and others that believe in this idea and the notion of democracy. And my group is Mission Homefront. Thank you very much, Chad.
Well, what have we seen thus far in terms of the energy of the crowd? Again, what I've seen is peaceful from all accounts. I've seen communication coming from the people. What have we seen thus far from the protests today?
Well, I can say for a fact, we've been in all these marches ever since the beginning of the summer, and we have not had one incident that was not peaceful. And for the administration to call people like us anti-fascists, you know, it shows you the limits of his mentality and where Donald Trump is coming from, along with the Speaker of the House who said the same thing about coming out here. Not one of us is paid for by Antifa. We don't even know who the hell Antifa is.
I am. I am.
Oh, we are.
I'm anti-fascist, so I'm Antifa.
Yeah,
I don't believe in fascism. I don't believe in fascists. I don't want them to know or see any peace. So if you want to label me Antifa, you might as well label every World War II veteran Antifa also, because I'm standing shoulder to shoulder with them.
And Matt is a Marine infantryman combat veteran as well. He's not just saying that to say that. He's saying that because he put his life on the line for this country. And I'm just adding that in because, truthfully, these guys don't talk enough about what they've done for this country. And that's why I'm in a perfect position to do it, because I didn't serve. So I get to laud them and talk about how much honor that these guys deserve from this current government that they're not getting.
And
that's my role.
I want to put it, none of us are being paid for. That's why I want to get by Antifa.
Yeah.
None of us are getting paid for Antifa. So that's why I'm saying we don't know who Antifa is, meaning we don't know who they ought to be paying anybody. That's my whole point.
And just to answer your question, it's peaceful out here. We got inflatable costumes out here because we recognize that the situation that we're in right now is ridiculous. This administration is putting this entire country in a ridiculous position of where we have to come out here and fight for basic human liberties, basic human rights in the streets. And the way that we choose to fight is by having dance parties and inflatable chicken costumes, by being goofy and ridiculous and showing the people that it doesn't have to be violent. It doesn't have to be. And I'll say this because I know a lot of right-wing people are going to say it also. The protests that you see today will continue to be peaceful as long as you allow it to be.
That's right, baby. Hell yeah.
Now, you joining the party now here today, sir. Why are you here?
So my name is Rig. I go by U.S. Army Overlord on Instagram. Bottom line is, Trump should have never been back in office. A lot of people abdicated their duties. He was guilty of insurrection, and by the Constitution, the 14th Amendment, he should have never been allowed to run again. Unfortunately, you have a Supreme Court that's bought and paid for by right-wing billionaires like Harlan Crow. And that's why we're here now. The Congress was supposed to be a check on power, but they decided to let white supremacy overrule the rule of law. They let white supremacy overrule the separation of powers. And whether it takes 10 months or 10 years, we must be absolutely relentless in our fight against white supremacy. I served this country for 22 years, 11 months and 4 days, 5 operational deployments. Cuba, 95. Bosnia, 96. Kosovo, 99. Scambandi, I didn't see you here. Right. Iraq, 08. Afghanistan, 2013. Pete, WikiLeaks Hexef, I didn't see you here. Imagine calling yourself a Timu God Award and talking shit to generals when you're not even worthy to polish their shoes. Are you kidding me right now, man? Imagine the level of disrespect. You know what them generals went through? Understand this. If the generals ever called us to rally, who you think the troops gonna rally on? A Fox fake news host or a battle-hardened general who led us and got us back from combat alive? You just decide who, when that call comes, who we gonna fall in line on. Understand that you guys are playing a dangerous game with everything we ever worked for. No matter how you feel about America, the good, the bad, the ugly, the entire American experiment is at risk right now. And so we need to rise up. You need to rise up and fight for your democracy. If you ever believed in the oath you took, If you ever believe in that oath, if you ever believe in a better future for your children, you need to be out here in these streets giving maximum resistance to these damn fascists.
That's right. Guys, thank you all so very much. Thank you all. Thank you all so very much. Yes, sir. Man, well, we've got the protests that are beginning here, as we are hearing it here. It's appropriate. Ma'am? Ma'am, what to let you know as we have this protest, I think the communication is key. We're from Fox Local here, ma'am. Did you want to speak? I think, ma'am, what I will say, put that on me. I want the camera on me. What I believe, ma'am, is that this is one of the, no, put the camera on me. I want the camera on me. I want the camera on me. This is one of the things that happens sometimes, is that we, of course, are Fox right here in Washington, D.C.
When I say Fox, you say Fox.
So when an individual like this takes a stand like this, when we're attempting to get the words of the people, that's really an unfortunate thing and not what it is that we're here to do today. Of course, we're here to speak with the people here. Ma'am, how are you today, ma'am?
Fine. This is my very first protest, and I'm 78 years old. So I'm here from Maryland with my son-in-law and my daughter. But I don't like this talk. That bad word, I don't like it. Yeah.
And again, when you look at attempting to better the situations, I'm not certain that all the times all of the rhetoric helps the situations.
But it's good to be here on this beautiful day, and you should try to find the Sisters of Mercy.
There we go.
They are wonderful, and I spoke to them. I got my picture taken, and it was just great.
Yep.
So, yeah, so it's good.
And you say that this was your first protest.
My very first
Why
protest.
is it that you chose to come here today?
Because I'm very afraid what's happening to our country. Where is our freedom of speech? Where is our freedom of the press? I don't like the way the immigrants are being treated. I am glad that the borders are more secure, but there are some things that I'm very worried about.
Yes, ma'am. If you could point to one incident, your largest incident, what would that be?
That I'm upset about?
Yes, ma'am.
One of them is letting those January 6th protesters out of prison. I think that was
January 6th, of course, right here in Washington, D.C., where we are.
Right here where we're standing. And since then, I've been just very, that was the beginning.
Yes, ma'am.
But also the president lied to me from the very beginning when he started with Obama not being born in the United States. So anyway, that's where I stand.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Well, thank you so very much, ma'am. We appreciate you.
pleasant.
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you. And again, we are here speaking with the people, getting the words of the people. We'll actually take you inside of the rally right now. Again, we've got thousands of individuals who have gathered here to... okay, got you. Got you. That gentleman didn't want to speak with us. That's okay. Not everyone has to. So we come on in. Again, we will have speakers throughout the day as we're kind of in the middle of the rally now. So we see thousands of individuals with thousands of signs here. People peacefully protesting. It's an announcement speaking on Bernie Sanders. Bernie, of course, will be the closing speaker here this evening. We'd love to speak with you. We'd love to speak with you. Yes, we're speaking now in simple questions. Just wanted to know what it is that led you all to come out today.
Everything Trump does bothers me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. If you could look at maybe one incident, right?
You know, I love America, and this is expressing my love for my country. We've got to protest this stuff.
That's right. That's right. And from all of the things that I've seen thus far in being out here, everything is peaceful. This is a coming together, a meeting of minds, but in a peaceful way.
Right. Yeah. It's totally peaceful. This is just great. I'm surrounded by friends. it's a good time. You know?
Sure. But can we see the signs that you all have made? Some great signs out here. There you go. Tell us about it.
Well, he's surrounding himself with a bunch of fools, and we don't believe in kings here, so
yes,
that pretty much sums it up.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you all very much. All right. How are you, sir? What is your sign here?
Oh, no kings since 1776. It's not a new theme.
Yes, sir.
In America.
Yes, sir. And why is this something that you wanted to be a part of,
Good
the No
question.
Kings rally?
I came in June. I'm a lifelong Republican.
Wow.
But I've been on sabbatical since early 2017.
Wow.
I was a senior Reagan appointee.
Wow.
I spent a total of 15 years working for Republicans in the U.S. Senate. I worked in the Ford White House, so I'm not your average guy.
That's right.
What finally pushed me over the edge today was the ugly, nasty stuff that Speaker Johnson and a number of other Republicans were saying about who we are.
That's right.
We live in a seniors community in Tysons, Virginia.
Wow.
And we walk to the metro and come down as we did back in June, and I was just distressed and upset and annoyed by the accusation that we're somehow tools of the far left or a Soros conspiracy, all this crazy nonsense where most of us, many of us in this DMV have worked in government. Many of us as Republicans, and we hate what's going on.
That's right. That's right. When you look here, what is the spirit? Because for all the individuals that are watching at home right now, what is the spirit? What's the tone and tenor of the rally?
It's light. It's positive. There's a lot of humor in the signs, even though it's pointed. There's crazy costumes.
That's right.
Including ones that have to be hotter than blazes because it's warming up now.
I'm starting to sweat myself here.
I am too. I didn't need this.
That's right. That's right.
And so they're just, it's a positive spirit.
Yes, sir.
And with a serious underlying theme of concern for what's going on in the country and why, particularly in the Congress, so many lifelong, legitimate conservative Republicans have chosen to sit on their hands for fear of retribution. Why come to Congress if you're going to be afraid?
That's right.
And it's not the Congress I worked for and it's the Senate for me all those 15 years.
For you yourself, someone who, more than just being passionate, more than just loving America, I mean, you know the inner works. You know the inner works. What are the hopes that something like today accomplishes?
Well, a reminder that the country is not huddled down at home, afraid. We're nervous. Some of us are very afraid, like my wife. I'm less.
And your wife just said, say again, ma'am.
We are afraid.
Yes, ma'am. Speak more specifically. You're afraid.
I am afraid of how swiftly this country is falling into authoritarianism. I fear for the people I love that are completely being disregarded and said that they're bad people, immigrants, anybody who is in a minority. I am telling you, I am fearful. I am fearful because I've read about how this happens, and this happens this way, and so I'm praying for a stronger movement of united people that can go against this tide of what I believe is evil. I believe the administration is not Christian. I am a Christian. I am a pastor. And I believe that this administration is acting in opposition to anything Jesus Christ would have ever wanted. And it's clear that that's the case. You know, and therefore, you know, I cannot abide by this. And this is very frightening. So I'm very disappointed in the fact that more center Republicans have not stepped up like my husband has. I am very disappointed that the media does not project all of the angry Democrats that are trying to speak out. And the media is limiting that.
Who love America? This business of hating America is nonsense.
That's what was said, is that this rally was about hating America.
We love America. That's why we're here. We're here because it has always been this beacon of evolving towards the good, and now we're evolving towards the evil, Hitlerian authoritarianism.
Closing thoughts.
Well, I'm glad that you're here to bear witness and record and
Fox
share.
5 DC. We're Fox 5. We're Fox 5 DC.
You bet.
Yeah.
All right.
No, thank you all.
You bet.
Thank you all very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you all. Thank you all, ma'am. You can give a word as well. You've got a beautiful sign.
Well, my sign was inspired by the Speaker of the House, Michael Johnson, who claimed that I hate America. I served this country as a federal officer and as a military officer for over 32 years. And the nerve that he would stand up there as a good Christian and lie to the American public and try to convince them, the others, that we hate America is just offensive to me. Especially when Donald Trump is transforming the Justice Department to go after his enemies. I think that's offensive. That's not our justice. That's not justice. While he's making billions of dollars through bribes and blackmail, that's not what the President of the United States does. He has no integrity. He's a narcissist. He's poisoning our country. And I just am appalled. And I'm very sorry that so many of my fellow citizens don't hear the truth about Trump and what he's actually doing. Social media has done that, made them immune to truth. But I'm hoping that eventually the scales will fall from their eyes and they can see the truth.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. And you, sir, with the George Bush hat on.
Yes.
What brought you here today?
Well, number one, H.W. would be here if he was alive and well. He would be here, and his friends. So would Jerry Ford, Jimmy Carter, Bill Clinton. If he felt better, he'd be down here right now. Joe Biden, if he felt better, would be here right now. Most of the people that I've known in my lifetime that support common decency, honesty, just like when we started this world, when the father asked his son, did you cut down the cherry tree? He said, I cannot tell a lie. We must end lying, because that's what's going on Pennsylvania Avenue right now by Mr. Trump. And Mr. Trump is not a good human being. He's a bad person, and they're lining their pockets, their children and everyone else. Why most people in America are having a very hard time and will continue to have a hard time. Mr. Trump must go. Peacefully, but he must go. Always peacefully. That's what it's all about. But George Herbert Walker Bush, who was my friend, and he would have been here. I guarantee you that he would have been here today. And I'm wishing you guys, Fox 5, all the best. I'm glad you're interviewing everyone, because everyone has a voice, especially here today, about caring about other human beings, about being right from wrong, being right, and not holding grudgments. It has nothing to do with color or languages or anything else. It has everything to do with what comes from your heart. That's what's critical in this life. We all grew up, most of us, of understanding right and wrong. Don't lie. Tell the truth, and we'll move forward. We may not agree with your opinion, but we'll respect your opinion. That's all I ask of anyone else. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all. Again, Fox 5, you're watching right now on Fox Local nationally. We are in the No Kings protest here in Washington, D.C., where thousands upon thousands have united. give you a lay of the land in regards to the speakers that we're going to hear of today. We've already heard from Pastor Delonte Houston, from Senator Chris Murphy, Maria San. He's a journalist as well as a Zatio founder. Deirdre Sheffling, I believe, is on the stage right now. Coming up, Oliver Marino will speak. Afeni Evans, Bill Nye, the science guy. Jin Pu.
Snipers on the roof. Talk to them about that.
We can speak about that. Where'd he go? Oh, he left. Just a word about the roof here, and photojournalist Matthew will look as we take a look, as individuals in the crowd would like for us to bring attention to the roof there. Again, as we are here in Washington, D.C., in the heart of Washington, D.C., it's individuals over the roof that are looking down on us. By most accounts, a safe event thus far, as this rally has been blocked off on all sides. You can basically only walk in here, walk with the rally, I should say. You needed to park some over 1.5 miles away to be able to walk in. We're speaking with the individuals, finding out why it is that they feel so passionately about coming down today, why it is that they're protesting peacefully. And again, we'll go ahead, and photojournalist Matthew will bring around, as we, again, want to speak with everyone that is here today. Fund healthcare, not ICE or billionaires. Talk to me.
Well, since taking office, they've brutally cut programs that are costing millions of lives around the world, both for the cuts in USAID to now just essentially eliminating the war on cancer with research at NIH and other things at NIH and CDC. It's like we had somebody in the country. It's like somebody's trying to destroy the fabric of our country. Wow. And not only that, now we're seeing an attempt to intimidate people from their First Amendment rights as well.
Sure.
So today is a big no way from the American people, and I think a majority of people are upset and opposed to this president. And he said he was going to crack down on immigration. He didn't say he was going to be arresting people with no process who are innocent, children, sending them to foreign countries. It's just not only is it illegal, it's so cruel and mean-hearted, and some crazy idea they're going to scare people away from this country. People coming here to save their lives. Their lives are under threat when they come here often, and so they're not going to be. They're always going to want to be here. And isn't that a compliment to our country that people want to be Americans? So it just, all of this is wrong and hateful and dishonest and disgusting, really. And so my signs are, I have 4.
Wow.
This monarch, meaning the only monarchs are these butterflies that we need for
Beautiful
our environment.
butterflies.
That's right. We need them for our environment. Of course, funding healthcare and not funding the ICE, but also billions of dollars in tax giveaways. Then I think we should take the offensive. States, attorney generals should look into an indictment of ICE individuals who've been cruel and illegal in their kidnapping of people around the country. And then, of course, just in general, the racism and hate that they spew is not going to make us great. It's going to make us a pariah in the world. Wow. I'm hoping that this kind of event shows that Americans aren't Donald Trump. Americans are the people that created the Boston Tea Party, the revolution, the elimination of slavery, and on progress that now he is trying to reverse in every respect. The Voting Rights Act, the environmental protections, climate change. Climate change is not real. Everyone in the world knows it. We're being talked into a new dark ages. So there's nothing great about it except the expanse of lies and dishonesty.
And this is no King's Rally. This is one of many that have been held throughout the country. This is expected to be the largest right here in the nation's capital of Washington, D.C. What do you hope is accomplished by today?
Well, this is a message. You know, President Nixon pretended that the anti-war movement wasn't there, but it actually caused him to actually pull back on the war. He even was considering nuclear weapons.
Wow.
And so the anti-war movement was directly responsible for getting Nixon to realize the public was no longer supporting that war, and it became his war. And I think in this case, we're dealing with somebody who emulated Nixon and uses his people for his advice growing up, but even worse, Joe McCarthy, for example. So I think this is a real one step that shows how a majority of people, I have two daughters grown up, they have children. I'm fearful for their next generation as well if this is allowed to continue. Wow. And hopefully the elections in 26 will be another political signal.
Yes, sir.
If he allows the elections or tries to interfere in some way. And that's the fear with this whole ICE crap, is that they're also trying to basically militarize around the country, and that is an attempt to intimidate. And then if they pretend that there's some kind of irregularity with the elections, they talk about fraud. The most of the elections is 1%. You know who it usually is? Republicans. So it's just fake crisis, the fake crisis in D.C. to bring in the National Guard to pick up garbage. They're just standing around doing nothing really at taxpayer expense. So it's just, I'm proud to have had my children born here, raised in D.C. They like the fact that we are a diverse community. And that's one of the things they say that most like about the fact when they grow up and go other places, they understand the difference and use it as an advantage to enriching their lives, not something that a racist wants, which is a all-white Christian country. And some of these Trumpers are actually for a monarchy. This isn't just a joke with things. They actually have secret, but not so secret, but papers that they've already issued where they think a monarchy or some kind of authoritarian government would be better in some way than a democracy that's its own policy. So it's scary, but I think this makes me hopeful. This is a liberation zone right here.
Excellent. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My ID or anything?
No, I don't need you.
Okay, well,
I don't need your ID. We're live here, so everyone heard that.
I'm just saying, in case you wanted to verify anything about me, I'm online, Rick Hind at Facebook if you want. So
well, thank you. I will take your word for it. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, there's a lot of deception going on, so I want to be as truthful, or not just truthful, but all the truth.
That's right, transparency, and we appreciate that. Thank you so very much. Again, the No Kings Rally going on right here in Washington, D.C. Thousands of individuals. You can see all of the American flags, Palestinian flag, all of the signs. That's okay. It's okay. American flag washing over me. It's okay. No problem. Oliver Marino, the speaker on stage now. Again, running through all of the speakers that'll be heard from today. After Marino, we will hear from Afeni Evans, who is an impacted advocate, science guy. Take the stage. We sign off here today. Agent Hope, Care in Action, Randy Weingarten, AFT, Cliff Albright, Black Voters Matter, Jay Brown, Human Rights Campaign Chief of Staff, Sean Skell, retired Navy Secretary of Defense of Personnel Readiness, Kia Chatterjee, Free DC co-founder, Nene Taylor, Harriet's Wildest Strings Executive Director, Leah Greenberg, and Esther Levine, co-founders. And the day will end with a speech from Senator Bernie Sanders, who will speak as well. Today's activities began at 10:30 this morning as ralliers met at the Smithsonian Metro and marched their way here to Constitution in Pennsylvania, a site of the rally. And we're going to speak with, again, we're here today. We want to speak with the people to find out why it is that we're here today. First, ladies, can we see your signs? Tell us about your signs here.
So, a little background. Donald Trump is a racist, rapist, and raging narcissist, or all of the above.
Okay, there we go. A little multiple choice.
Yes.
There we go.
I've had a few people who are Republican not understand the raging narcissist part, which I feel like can show some things. Would you like to show yours?
Show yours, please.
Mine is like the song from Mary Poppins, Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, but instead it's Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, racist, sexist, Nazi, POTUS.
Wow, and look at this Mary Poppins style.
Yes.
You gotta show the little...
Oh, and I drew the Epstein file.
Holy smokes. Now, did you make this yourself? Because if so, you're quite into arts and crafts.
Well, I did make it myself, but I traced it from my computer, so I don't know if it counts.
Okay, it counts for me. It counts for me. Listen, one of the reasons why I'd like to speak with you all, if you look around, I believe that the median age is a little bit older than you all. You all as young individuals, why'd you come out today?
Because we're here to help our future. Yeah. Like, we're the ones struggling. I appreciate all the old people out here to help us.
Older,
I'm sorry.
Come on.
But we're the ones, and the people younger than us that are going to be struggling, and we're the ones getting our rights taken away. And she's from Texas. She can't get an abortion if she doesn't want to. Like, and it's hard to think about because, like, I'm from a blue state. I'm from New Jersey. We came here. She's from Connecticut. So we're both, like, from blue states, but it's also still hard to think about. Like, you don't have the perspective until you see it.
Wow.
So I think it's really about being part of it.
If you could look at one thing in specific that has happened either recently in the previous 4 years or at any point in time that made you say, I have to be a part of this movement, what would it be?
I think before this past election, I tried to stay away from politics. I thought it was a really negative space. When Elon Musk started doing the Nazi salute, that really hit home for me. I have a lot of Jewish relatives, and I mean, the Holocaust is not something that is ancient history. It was fairly recent, and the fact that we're doing a sign from that horrific thing and that people are making a mockery of it, I think is truly disgusting, and it's something that could affect my family and other people I know. And so that was when I kind of started to get involved and realize that I can't just stay silent. I have to say something.
And you, ma'am, from Texas, why you with your sign? Show us the sign.
Yeah.
Well, you have to show and tell this. Come on.
The only orange Muppet I trust about science. He said a lot of things. My brother's autistic, so like the whole thing with the whole Tylenol thing, and then everything, especially about the abortions, like it's all really important because it is coming. Like I am there in a red state, so yeah.
Talk to me more specifically about that. You speak about the autism point, and you having a brother. I have autism in my family as well. How did that make you feel?
Well, it's been a case for years, and it's really hard because like my brother, like he just doesn't understand like any of it, and I hate like seeing the stuff about him and like just knowing it hurts me for him. Yeah.
Thank you, and you, sir. I like the headband. I'm digging it.
Thank you. What do you want me to talk about? Sorry.
Why you're here? Yes. Well, we can go. Wait, I'm a Laker fan. My son is Kobe. Name is Kobe. So I'm a Kobe fan more than I'm a LeBron. But tell us about your sign anyway.
So I here have the only king I know is LeBron. Speaks for itself. 4 rings. 40.
This is arguable. If I can go to sports for just a moment, it's arguable. But that's not what we're here to talk about. Okay.
I'm here personally because I think it's really hard to stand behind a leader who calls other humans animals and immigrants. He's a sex offender. I think it's very clear why I'm here.
Wow. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you all very much. We appreciate you. Again. Oh, I thought you were coming to. Yeah, let's talk. Yeah, we'll come here.
From Las Vegas.
From Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Wow. Who am I? This young lady? There you go. 5s. There we go. 5s there. We'll get 5s. There is a Fox 5 in Las Vegas. I've spoken with them, but we're Fox 5 DC. So we're right here in the nation's capital, all the way from Vegas. What brought you all here?
Well, we were here for just a fun trip, and then everything else got shut down because of the government. So we figured we might as well go to a protest that's open.
That's right. That's right. And a peaceful protest. We've got thousands of individuals who have all come down here to Constitution and Pennsylvania. You feel that right here in the heart of D.C. Why is this something that's important to you all?
We feel it's so important because we see so many basic rights being dissolved, and it's breaking our hearts, and we want to fight against this administration that is just taking away rights and discriminating against so many people. And we feel that it is important to fight for the constitutional rights that we have, and so we're here for it.
That's right. That's right. And this is a moment in which, albeit as a huge roar is coming up, so I'll let you all listen to the speaker. But stories will be told about today. Other people will say what today was, what today wasn't. What is a name?
Sure.
I will follow you on Instagram.
I'm a Instagram follower.
No?
Hi, my name. Hi.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Business card. Come on. We're not telling people do they stream, right? So you have the site. So
Someday, perhaps. I remember well Martin Luther King's dream and Resurrection City, the plywood structures on the National Mall erected to house protesters who came to town demanding equal rights and opportunities, barely a month after Dr. King had been assassinated. I remember well the Vietnam War. The mall was shoulder to shoulder, much as it is today. Traffic stopped citywide. The protest movement expanded. There were protests around the country, and the war was ended. We are protesting in the same fashion today. Only today, the stakes are higher. Rather than abandoning a war against an elusive, perhaps sometimes imaginary foe, we are confronting the possible end of our republic. We are here to tell our lawmakers that what's going on in our government is wrong. They must stop the abuses of this petulant president and his circle of sycophants. No thrones, no crowns, no kings. This president and his associates cannot tolerate dissent. To them, our free speech is frightening. They are arresting people and denying due process in courts. They tried to silence television hosts. They're trying to indict civil servants, prosecutors, judges, even their own cabinet members. But in this land, these sorts of actions are not new. In 1776, our ancestors had had enough. They declared independence from a king by means of a document stored safely right over there on Constitution Avenue in the National Archives. Although it was conceived 249 years ago, the Declaration of Independence describes a train of abuses connected with an absolute authority, a king with absolute power. No thrones, no crowns, no kings. Their king had refused to honor the law. Their king had refused to let lawmakers be elected. The king had made court judges dependent on his will. They cited the king sending, quote, swarms of officers to harass our people. Their language referred to, quote, cruelty and faithlessness scarcely paralleled in the most barbarous of ages. Their king was trying to, quote, render the military independent and superior to civil power. Our founders even censured King George for cutting off trade with all parts of the world. Did these actions sound familiar? 249 years later, no crowns, no thrones, no king. In short, the founders believed their king was, in their words, quote, totally unworthy to be the head of a civilized nation. No thrones, no crowns, no kings. Although the United Nations has been the world's leader, and although the United States has been the world's leader in science for decades, this president and the members of his cabinet even failed to accept scientific facts. Contrary to Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution, they do not promote the progress of science. They suppress it to the detriment of our health, well-being, and international competitiveness. It is a formula for failure. How did we get here? It hasn't been one instance of abuse of the power of executive order by this president. It hasn't been just one twist in a court ruling. Instead, it has been years in the making. Enabled by this president, a group of Confederates has worked together to undo many of our traditions and understandings of fairness and of citizens' rights. And they've done this through an odd legal tactic to overwhelm our court system with legal game after legal game, trying to hold or impound money secretly in order to let legal deadlines pass, to pretend that people they don't know, who are from different backgrounds, are somehow not quite citizens and not worthy of respect under the law. No thrones, no crowns, no kings. Let us now raise our voices We are here demanding a return to the rule of law. Let the world know that we will suffer no king. We will put the United States back on a course to lead the world in fair governance. Together, no thrones, no crowns, no kings. Thank you all. Let's change the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome Ai-jen Poo, a care advocate and organizer who serves as Executive Director of Caring Across Generations and President of the National Domestic Workers Alliance and Care in Action, and Randy Weingarten, President of the American Federation of Teachers.
Hello, D.C. Let me hear you say no kings! I'm so proud to share the stage today with my brilliant friend and sister hero, Randy Weingarten. And I bring greetings from the great city of Chicago. And I bring love from the caregivers all over this country, caregivers and workers who guard the safety and well-being of our children and enable the dignity and agency of older people and disabled people in our lives all over this country. We are out marching in cities and towns all over this country today because we see what's happening. Parents unable to afford life-saving medicine for their children. Caregivers losing their health care and their ability to take care of the people they love. Disabled people forced into institutions because their caregivers have been taken by ICE. Mothers violently torn from their children by armed, masked men with no due process. This administration has broken the law, lied, stolen our care, and is attempting to steal our constitutional rights and freedoms. They think that they will get away with it. They will not. There are no kings in America. And you know what else I see? I see parents, caregivers, and teachers working together to make sure that immigrant children can go to school safely. I see unions and families organizing together and winning. In states like Michigan, where 32,000 home care workers just won a union. And in New Mexico, where child care is now free for everyone who needs it. It's the bravery of everyday people coming together to protect each other, to push for a good life for our families in America. We can win. We are the caring majority, and we are greater than the cruelty of wannabe kings. So let's remember the strength of our numbers today. Let's remember that we are not alone. We are the caring majority. And let us continue to be brave. Are you with me? Yes! Are you with me? Yes! Thank you, Washington, D.C. From up here are saying we are fighting for our democracy. We in the labor movement are fighting for a democracy and a voice in it so we can secure a better life for all working people. All of God's children. Better wages, affordable health care and child care, good schools for children, and a secure retirement. Tell me, what is radical about all of that? But today, I speak not only as the leader, proud leader of a 1.8 million member union of people who make a difference in the lives of others, but I speak as a teacher, a high school social studies teacher. Yes, let's hear it for the teachers of America. A teacher who taught students about the Constitution and its underlying principle, we the people. We the people are a country that is governed by the rule of law, not the rule of one man. We are governed by fairness, not fear or favor. Now this idea, as you've heard before, see, you can go and say if you're kids right now, this is your homework for the weekend, okay? This idea has been a constant for 249 years, since the Declaration of Independence, and the notion made famous by the Gettysburg Address of a government by, for, and of the people. Say it again, by, for, and of the people. Now we know the founders were not perfect, but they had one abiding principle, and that is and was that we as a nation should never, ever again be ruled by a tyrant or a king. That was as true today as it was back then. And that is why millions of people today from all walks of life are turning out at these thousands of events. Republicans, Democrats, independents, black, brown, white, this 68-year-old Jewish baby boomer, Muslim small business owners, Christian Gen Zers. This is, as IGen said, we are the majority of America. And what do we want? What do we want? We want the promise of America for everyone. We want a voice in our future. We are standing up in peaceful, patriotic protest, just like our founders called out. No thrones, no crowns, no kings. We are standing up because we don't want our streets militarized. We don't want our neighbors disappeared by masked Asians. We don't want our colleges forced to sign loyalty oaths. We don't want, what? We don't want public officials arrested on trumped-up political charges. And, this is a little different, we want our federal government to fix the health care crisis that was created by the big ugly bill Republicans passed in July. We want a president who will keep health care premiums down, bring down the cost of groceries and housing, strengthen public schools, make college affordable, and embrace workers' rights. Again, what is radical about any of that? Exactly. We want the president to spend his time solving our country's problems, not settling scores with political
And right now, we all have to organize and be stronger and bolder because no one is going to save us but ourselves. So, we got a lot of sayings in labor, but the first one is, when we fight, when we fight, when we fight, and the second is, the people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated or divided. Either one is fine. So, are we united today? Will we fight for our democracy? Will we fight for the promise of America? This is about loving America, right? So we're sending a clear message to the president. Rather than smearing those calling out problems, solve those problems. So today, no kings, tomorrow freedom. Today, no kings, tomorrow freedom.
Now please welcome the co-founder of the Black Votes Matter Fund and one of the leading voices on voting rights, Cliff Albright. He is joined by 10th grader Zion, a youth student advocate from the Trigger Project.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zion Stewart. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zion Stewart, and I'm from W Street Southeast, better known as Traverse City. I grew up around a lot of trauma and violence like many kids in my neighborhood. I got connected to the Trigger Project through one of my mentors. Going through Trigger University, I felt something I never felt before. A safe space, people who believed in me, and a chance to learn the real causes and the disease of gun violence. More police doesn't fix what's really going on, it just adds more confusion and chaos. It doesn't heal our pain. It doesn't give us opportunities or make us feel safe in our neighborhoods. Saying fuck Trump or fuck ICE will be what he expects from me, but that's not what we need. What we need is prevention, support, and spaces where Black youth can thrive. If every home had the support it needed, if every community member was emotionally aware and mentally healthy, if schools didn't push us towards the prison pipeline, and if the city invested in me before the first time I was profiled, we wouldn't be here. Youth are the solution, not the problem. We deserve to be understood, not blamed or preyed upon. Free DC, we are prevention. Thank you. Go give it up again for Zion. Last time I was here, speaking at a rally like this, was 2021 for the Freedom Rise, when Black Voters Matter and dozens of other organizations organized for voting rights legislation, like the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the For the People Act. I got you, sis, and HR 51 DC State. When I say DC, you say statehood, DC. DC. We organized for those voting rights because we knew that we'd be in a moment like this. A moment where we have a wannabe dictator and a do-nothing Congress trying to take away our voting rights, trying to cancel elections and purge voters from the rolls. We knew it was coming. Just this week, the Supreme Court heard a case that could put the final death blow to the Voting Rights Act. It could eliminate Black representation for Black communities, and it can create at least 19 seats that are currently protected by the Voting Rights Act would be eliminated by many of these red states. And this is happening at a time when we are seeing mid-decade redistricting in places like Texas and Missouri because we have somebody who wants to be a king.
You have somebody who, just like he said to Georgia, go find me 11,700 votes. He's trying to tell these states, go find me 10 extra congressional seats, or 15 seats, or 20 seats. And this could create a permanent one-party rule at the expense of black voters and black communities. But like so many other issues that are rooted in anti-blackness, that sickness won't just stay within the black community, it affects this entire country. And so we join you in saying, no kings. But we gotta go beyond no kings, because the last time that call was made in 1776, 1/4 of this country's population was enslaved. And so we've got to go beyond no kings. We've got to recognize that they have used divide and conquer ever since that time in 76, or ever since 1619, to keep us divided, to divide those who were enslaved from those who were poor whites, to divide us from those indigenous brothers and sisters. They've been using that divide and conquer tactic, and they're still using it today to keep us divided, all of our communities. But I've got some good news for you, because what I know is this: if divide and conquer is one of the oldest tricks in the books, then by definition, one of the most revolutionary acts of resistance is simply to be united. For us to stand together, to sing together, to laugh together, to cry together, to fight together. Power to the people, yes, because what I also know is this: their hate cannot beat our love. And when I talk about our love, I'm not talking about a Valentine's Day kind of love. I'm talking about a radical love. I'm talking about you might have to flip over the money changes tables kind of love. I'm talking about a love that is merged with power, because those two things are not opposite, they go together. As Dr. King told us, power without love is reckless and abusive, but love without power is sentimental and anemic. That's what I'm talking about. He went on to say that power at its best is love implementing the demands of justice. And justice at its best is power correcting everything that stands against love. That's what we need. And when we have that kind of love and power, when we walk in that kind of love and power that sees all of our communities, from Vermont all the way to Memphis, from LA all the way over to DC, especially Southeast DC. When we walk in that kind of love and power, there ain't nothing that I want to be a small, petty dictator. There ain't nothing that he can do to stop us. Because when we walk in that kind of love and power, there's nothing that we can't do. But we've got to believe we've got that power. Do y'all believe? Do you believe? Let me hear you say, I believe. Let me hear you say it with all your heart, from the depths of your soul. Say, I believe. Let me see you put a fist up and say it so loud that the wannabe small man in the White House can hear you say, I believe. And when we believe, then we will truly build the society that we want. And that society will have no kings. Thank y'all.
Now please welcome Jay Brown, Chief of Staff for the Human Rights Campaign, and Sean Skelly, former Assistant Secretary of Defense for Readiness in the Biden administration and co-founder of Out in National Security.
Hello, D.C. My name is Jay Brown, and I'm with the Human Rights Campaign, the nation's largest LGBTQ civil rights organization in the country. And I'm here today as a proud transgender American. I'm here to say this is my country too. You know, like so many of you, I came here today with my family and friends. My twin sister is somewhere out there in that crowd of people. And growing up, she fit the mold of what people expected. You could say I broke the mold, but our parents loved us just the same. You know, we didn't know anybody transgender. We didn't even know the word. But they gave us the love and the support that we needed to thrive, and now I'm a dad with an amazing family of my own. And I gotta tell you, that's what freedom looks like. The freedom to live, prevention and treatment. They're banning our books. They're firing teachers who use a student's nickname. And they're firing gay workers who put a pride flag on their desk. But we're all here because we believe in a better America. We believe in a country where kids can get a quality education free from bullying. Where love is love. Where freedom is afforded to all and not reserved for the wealthy few. That is America at its greatest. That is our America. And on behalf of HRC's 3.6 million members and supporters, I'm here to say that America does not and will not ever have a king. The truth is, no one rally is going to save us. No court ruling, no single election will save us. We have to save ourselves. We have to build workplaces that are safe, classrooms that are welcoming, communities where we see each other not as our enemies, but as our neighbors. And we must always resist the temptation to believe only in the worst of this country. That's what he wants. He wants us to be defeated. Are we going to be defeated? He wants us to be silent. Are we going to be silenced? He wants us to be scared. Are we scared? You know, we have the power to build a better tomorrow. LGBTQ+ people, we live in every zip code and are from every background. We were born here and we immigrated here. We come from red families and from blue families. And we are here to say that this is our America too. No one knows that better. No one knows that better than my friend and a tireless public servant who's on stage with me today. A true patriot who knows the cost of freedom. I'm proud to pass the mic to former Assistant Secretary of Defense for Readiness and our HRC board member, Sean Skelly.
Good afternoon, D.C. As Jay said, I'm Sean Skelly, a retired Navy officer, a former Assistant Secretary of Defense, and I serve on the board of the Human Rights Campaign. I'm an out proud trans woman who loves our country, who's put my life on the line for our country and our rights. And I will fight for it now using all the rights that the Constitution gives us, and I swore an oath to defend. I was proud to recently serve alongside thousands of transgender service members who have served with honor, skill, and courage. They have protected us while their own Commander-in-Chief and Secretary of Defense have vilified them and denied their right to exist. Anyone who serves in uniform deserves so much better than what this tainted chain of command has to offer. This administration targets these brave Americans because of its wanton campaign to drive me and all of my transgender brothers and sisters out of our country, out of our society, out of the protection of our laws, and into some dark, dangerous corner that they are inventing. This wannabe autocrat can't allow transgender Americans to serve honorably and successfully in our military, which is the highest regarded institution in America, when they have chosen all transgender Americans, already some of the most at-risk and vulnerable people in this country, to be their autocratic other. The people to be feared, scorned, and blamed because of their shameless lies, hateful lies that they tell about the danger that trans people supposedly bring to our society, and somehow upset the utopia that the dear leader promised us is around every corner. The American people respect those who put on their uniform, who protect them, and serve at the risk of their lives for people we don't even know. We're here today because generations of Americans have bet their lives and their family's future on the promise of a more perfect union. The oath I took 10 times over 35 years of service in uniform and as a civilian means to every person who ever took it in good faith, and I'm going to quote the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, We don't take an oath to a king or a queen or to a tyrant or dictator. We don't take an oath to a wannabe dictator. We don't take an oath to an individual. We take an oath to the Constitution. And we take an oath to the idea that is America, and we're willing to die to protect it. To put it simply, no kings. We demand justice for our transgender service members. We demand justice and civil rights for every transgender American. We demand justice and democracy for every single American. No kings. Thank you.
And now, please welcome to the stage, Nene Taylor, Executive Director of Harriet's Wildest Dream, and Kaya Chatterjee, Executive Director of Free DC.
Welcome to DC. I hear y'all say welcome to DC. I'm Nene Taylor. I'm the co-founder and executive director of Harriet's Wildest Dreams, named after our ancestor Harriet Tubman. I am also the co-founder of Free DC. I was born and raised right here in Southeast Washington, D.C. As many of you know, we are in a state of grief for the loss of our freedom fighter, Assata Shakur. We honor her life, her courage, and her teaching. She told us that we need a revolution of the mind and a revolution of the heart. These words still lead me, because this work begins in how we show up for one another, how we care for one another, and how we show up for one another. Washington, D.C. is a black home. We come here to Washington, D.C., that is what you came into Washington, D.C., that's what you stepping into. A home built by black hands, held together by black love, guarded by generations who refuse to leave. The people of D.C. have been teaching, protecting, and fighting for this city long before most of you start paying attention. We have been living and breathing the consequences of racist policies, displacement, and over-policing since post-Civil War. We have been demanding and calling for D.C. to become a state. We need D.C. statehood now. D.C. statehood now. D.C. statehood now. On Monday, our freedom watchers were up at the D.C. courts until the cell block closed 2 o'clock in the morning. They were watching hearing after hearing after hearing of our neighbors being kidnapped over the weekend. We also have 300,000 black women who have been fired in the last few months. Most of those are federal workers right here in the district. And we just listened to lawyers argue at the Supreme Court that fixing the system to make it fair for black people somehow harms white people. This is what we're up against. This is what we are up against. Black people freedom is being threatened by a failing democracy and have been punched by white fragile supremacy. Here in D.C., we have been organizing, protecting, and building long before cameras arrived. If you want help, listen to those who have been doing this work before Trump became in office, before all of this came to play. Listen to the ones that's been on the ground ever since 400 years ago. I see all of you right here, and y'all see me. All of the applauses, and yet, when you all called to meet, when When I call you to meet impacted black people, where will you be? Ask yourself, where will you be? Will our movements need funding? Where will you be? When you are invited to teach, to share your skills, to support, strategize, and to defend black people in public, where will you be? Solidarity is measured by what you do when you are called forward. Community is responsibility, structure, and work. It's both the noun and the verb. It's the people and it's the people in motion. It is how we build safety for each other. It's how we keep us safe. Who keep us safe? Who keep us safe? Black people have been carrying the moral weight of this world for generations. We have stood in the gap for every fight against oppression, from Palestine to right here in D.C., because we believe everyone deserves to be free. We are not free until all of us are free. And I'm going to leave you. Rosanna Scotto taught me once again, weapons of mass instruction and weapons of mass love. She said it's not enough to change the system, we must change ourselves. That kind of change requires that we hold the line for one another. Protest black people in public and in private. I see you. I see your faces, just like you see mine. Will you tomorrow? Will I see you tomorrow? Will I see you next month? When more of our rights are being stripped and more of our black bodies are put in cages. Don't watch from the shadows. I charge you. I charge you to be on the front lines. I charge you to fight, and we will not end because the day won't end with this stage when the stage come down and the cameras leave and you return home. The fight for our collective liberation is not contained to this presidio of the media attention today. So again, ask yourself, where will you be? My charge is you don't comply. I want you to say no to the kings. We call them oppressors. And I want you to help us to free the land, to free the people, and free us all, and free D.C. Free D.C. Free D.C. Free D.C. Free D.C.
All right, my name is Kaya Chatterjee. Thank you so much, Nini. I am with Nini, one of the co-founders of Free DC and the executive director of Free DC, and we are the movement to protect DC home rule and win lasting dignity for the 700,000 people of DC. Let me hear you, DC. Who out here is here today for a Free DC? So DC needs to be free because what we are doing here today, right now, would not be possible otherwise. This president wants to silence dissent. He wants to silence protest. He wants to do that everywhere, and we saw him try to do that this week. President Trump and his allies lied about this very event that we are attending right now. He tried to get us all to stay away from here. But did we do that? Our right to protest is important everywhere, really it is, but there is nowhere that it is more important than here, in the capital of the country. We know what authoritarian rulers do. Authoritarians, they try to prevent dissent in the capital. They want to control capitals. They have tried to control capitals through the history of time and space, because controlling a capital is a way to control a nation and a way to prevent the transfer of power. This president is no different from those authoritarians, and we saw that on January 6th, right? We saw that. And this president started attacking DC again the day he took office again. Today, we are in our third month of military occupation by armed forces from multiple other states in D.C. There are gangs of federal agents who are attacking our communities. And we've heard from so many people today that they've attacked our unhoused neighbors. They've attacked our immigrant neighbors. They've attacked black and brown neighbors. They've attacked our cultural institutions. They've attacked thousands of people who serve as federal workers. They've tried to take over our local police department. They put a disgraced Fox News host in charge of our local prosecutions. And on top of that, their allies in Congress are trying to pass dozens of bills, more than 24 budget riders that take away basic rights from the people who live in the capital of this country. This president is trying to instill fear among the people here. Exactly. We won't let him. We know better than that. We know better than that. We know what to do, right? We know what to do. The people of D.C. are joyful. If you could see what I see right now, you would see an amazing crowd all the way back to the White House full of joy. The people of D.C. are powerful. We are going to use that power. We have what it takes here in D.C., not just to resist this tyrant, but to actually take him out of power and win. And I'm going to say, I'm not just talking about voting. I'm not just talking about attending rallies. I'm talking about organizing now like our lives depend on it. When we act collectively, if you could see the number of people here, plus think of all the people in all the other cities, when we act collectively, we have so much more power than we realize. We have way more power than they do. We have power as workers. Who here is in a union? If you're not in a union, get in a union. Talk to your coworkers about collective action. We have power as consumers. We can choose to either fuel the companies that are profiting off of our oppression, or we can starve those companies. We have power as jurors. We have seen that these indictments they are trying to get, they are failing, right? Our people understand the assignment. We see that this administration's charges are unjust. We have power as taxpayers. We are all right now collectively funding this regime, and we have the power to slow that down, right? We know what's on our license plate here in D.C. What's it say? That's right. And we have power as community members. We can engage in our sacred duty to protect one another, to support one another in solidarity, and to reject this cruelty agenda that we're seeing unfold. And if those are things that you want to be a part of and you aren't already, come find the Free DC action tents. They're over to the right. I know it's like so crowded you can't even see where I'm waving here, but they're in John Marshall Park over to the right, and you can join the effort and the power it takes to win. We're also at freedcproject.org. What we have seen over the last 10 months is that every single time they attack us, if we respond, we grow stronger. Every time they attack us, we grow more united, we grow our people, and we grow our resolve, and we learn what it takes to take them down. We're building unity, we're building power, and we are going to demand full power over our local money, our DC National Guard, our local laws, and ultimately, yes, we will be admitted as the 51st state of the United States of America. It is not going to be Canada, it's not going to be Greenland, it's going to be DC. And our entire national democracy will always be at risk until that happens, until we actually protect the capital of this country. And that means that everyone across this country needs a free DC. From Ward 1 to Ward 8, from Los Angeles to Chicago, from Memphis to Portland, we are more united now than we have ever been. We are united against deploying the military against our people. We are united against attacks on our democracy, and we are united against this agenda of cruelty that we are seeing unfold before our eyes. Together, we, the people here today, and all our friends we organize, we're going to bring
Washington, D.C., please welcome to the stage Leah Greenberg and Ezra Levin, co-founders of Indivisible.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be here with you today. I'm Leah.
Hey, I'm Leah's husband.
And we are the co-founders of Indivisible. We support a movement of thousands of local indivisible groups organizing in every state of the country. These are regular people who understand that saving our democracy is too important to be left to the politicians, and it's going to take all of us. Now, I've got a question for you. How many kings do we have in America? That's right. We are in the middle of a sprint by Donald Trump, Stephen Miller, their MAGA cronies, to consolidate power and bully American society into submission. They have come for corporations and billionaires, for law firms and universities, for media and civil society. They are ripping families apart, and they are shredding our Constitution while they line their pockets in the biggest heist of all time. And the way they do it is they go on the attack. They make demands. They claim powers they don't have. They bully and they threaten to retaliate, and they see if anyone will push back. And if nobody pushes back, they win. And then they go on to the next attack. They're doing everything they can to convince us that they are all powerful, that they are inevitable, that they will win. And I need you to hear me. It's a lie. Woo! It's always been a lie. And the greatest danger we face is not Trump. It is how we, as a society, respond to this bullying, to this chilling effect. If we preemptively obey, if we shrink back, if we make ourselves small, if we do what they want in advance. Now we saw them try this play this week. Mike Johnson, Stephen Miller, their cronies on Fox News. They have spent the last week on the attack against No Kings, smearing all of us as anti-American. They tried to scare us out of gathering here today. And I've got a question for you. Are we afraid? Did they scare us off? Are we going to back down now? That's right, because what we are doing here today is as American as apple pie. We are standing up for our rights. We are standing up for our neighbors. We are here because we understand. We are here because we understand that when a tyrant threatens your right to free speech, you call his bluff and you stand up. In every action and every day, we defy the regime. So I've got something to say to Mike Johnson, Speaker Mike Johnson, who spent all week smearing regular Americans. There are nearly a dozen No Kings protests happening across your district today. And since you've not been doing your job for over a month now, I bet you've got time to stop by.
Leah Greenberg, everybody. My God, look, Leah is my spouse, she's my partner, she's the co-executive director of Indivisible, she's the real strategic brains behind Indivisible. We are indebted to her for her strategic vision. I'm biased, but I think we all agree. Look, I'm just here to tell a story, and I think it's important for us to tell the story of these First Amendment rights that Leah is talking about. And this story I want to tell is about the first No Kings Day. Who here was at the first No Kings Day? Whoa. No, I don't think y'all were there. This was a quarter of a millennia ago. This was 250 years ago, 1775. They called it the Continental Congress. They didn't have the branding we did. But it was the first No Kings Day protest. What they did, they brought themselves together in opposition to this would-be monarchical ruler who was steamrolling the American public. He was occupying and invading American cities. He was terrorizing American communities. He was picking out his favorites and persecuting his political enemies. He didn't believe in democracy at all. Can you imagine? Can you imagine such a ruler over America? It was bleak. It was bleak. So what did our fellow Americans do? They put together what they did. That's our history. Whose history? Whose history? Whose history? Look, this is a big experiment in self-government. A government of, by, and for the people. Nobody here is under the illusion that this was a perfect union. That's not what we created. This was a compromise of rich men, of white men, of slave-holding men. But this imperfect union that they put together, it also gave us some fundamental rights to make it more perfect. Who has been using those rights? The abolitionists, the suffragists, the heroes of the civil rights movement, the leaders at Stonewall, the leaders in the Dreamer movement, and all of us here. All of us here. Whose rights? Our rights. Whose rights? Ben Franklin, that lovely ditty, what did he say? Then he told us all, when asked what they had created, he said, a republic if you can keep it. Who's going to keep this? Who's keeping this republic? We love this country enough to be more of it. You know who doesn't want us to make any demands? This regime. The tech fascists, the billionaire backers, they want us lazy and pliant and docile. They want us alone and afraid and powerless. Are we powerless? Are we alone? Damn right we're not. As I stand here today, Elon Musk, remember that guy? He's out of the White House. Jimmy Kimmel, back on air. And for the last week, this regime has been quaking in its jackboots at the thought of 200,000 people in D.C. outside the Capitol where Mike Johnson isn't working and hasn't been for the last month. You know what it turns out? You know what it turns out? It turns out that we're braver than the billionaires. Who's braver than the billionaires? Who's braver than the billionaires? This is my favorite part, folks. I get to name some names. Jeff Bezos, who took a respected pro-democracy institution that had the slogan of democracy dies in the darkness, and he turned the slogan into corruption, capitulation, cowardice, shame. Mark Benioff, y'all see this guy in the news, the head of Salesforce, who's welcoming troops into San Francisco? This guy who is begging to give artificial intelligence to ICE to triple their size? Shame. Daniel Ek. You don't know who Daniel Ek is, do you? The CEO of Spotify, which right now is robbing from musicians and running ads to recruit for a secret police force that terrorizes our communities. Mark Zuckerberg. End of story. Need I say more? But we're not just booing, y'all. We're not just booing. We're organizing. This is a movement of everyone in this country who is taking a side. We are taking a side. It is a time to choose that side. Are you on the side of the MAGA forces, of the Nazis, of the billionaires? Hell no. So I ask businesses, universities, churches, which side are you on? We're on the people's side. Which side? Look, nobody on this stage has told you there's no need to have fear. We see what this regime is doing. We see them rallying the tables. We see them sending troops in the communities. We see them zip-tying children and dragging them out of apartments. We see this. This movement, the 200,000 of us here, this movement is not a fearless movement. It's better than that. It's a brave movement. The other side wants to suppress dissent, chill free speech, and come after their opponents. We're not here because we're fearless. We're here because we're better than fear. We're braver than billionaires, and we're bigger than ever before. We're going to win this, y'all, because we believe, as all Americans believe, we don't do kings here. How many kings? How many kings? Now, we had a little bit of extra time in the program, and a guy in Vermont with some ideas about this wanted to come up. So let's have him out.
Washington, D.C. Are you ready? Here we go. Please welcome the senior senator from the great state of Vermont, the Honorable Bernie Sanders.
Thank you, Washington. Thank you, indivisible. Thank you to the millions of Americans from our smallest towns to our largest cities in every state in our country who are gathering today at thousands of rallies. Mike Johnson, the Republican Speaker of the House, called these rallies Hate America events. Boy, does he have it wrong. Millions of Americans are coming out today not because they hate America. We're here because we love America. We're here because we're going to do everything we can to honor the sacrifices of millions of men and women who over the last 250 years fought and sometimes died to defend our democracy and our freedoms. In 1776, with extraordinary courage, the founders of our country announced to the world that they would no longer be ruled by the King of England. A king who had absolute power over their lives. They demanded freedom. And to bring that about, they fought a bloody war against the British Empire and the most powerful military in the world. Tens of thousands of Americans died in that 8-year war, but our forefathers fought on and they won. And in 1789, after winning that war, they did something extraordinary. They established the first democratic form of government in modern history. They said loudly and boldly to the entire world, no more kings. In America, they said, we the people will rule. And today, exactly the same. No, President Trump, we don't want you or any other king to rule us. Thank you very much, but we will maintain our democratic form of society. We will not move oligarchs. It is in danger when we have a president who claims that peaceful protests in Portland, Oregon, or Chicago, Illinois, is an insurrection and calls in the U.S. military. And then threatens to arrest the mayors and governors who resist him. It is in danger when we have masked agents working for ICE, breaking down doors, throwing people into vans without due process, and taking them to God knows where. It is in danger when we have a president who sues and intimidates the media, who wants no criticism of him and his policies, and who undermines the First Amendment of our Constitution, the very foundation of American democracy. Our country is in danger when we have a president who threatens to arrest or imprison political opponents who stand against them, including the Attorney General of New York State, a sitting U.S. Senator, and the Governor of California. It is in danger when we have a president who undermines freedom of thought and dissent in our colleges and universities, and who attacks law firms that oppose him in court. It is in danger when we have a president who threatens to impeach judges who rule against him. It is in danger when we have a president who ignores Congress, refuses to spend money that Congress appropriates, and takes away money from states who voted against him. It is in danger when we have a president who demands that states withdraw congressional maps to ensure that his chosen candidates win future elections. It is in danger when we have a president who illegally fires tens of thousands of federal employees right here in Washington, D.C., throughout our country, and rips up union contracts that workers have fought for and won. It is in danger when we have a president who grossly violates the Constitution by accepting gifts from foreign leaders, including a $400 million plane from the royal family of Qatar, that allows that family to build an Air Force facility in Idaho. Let us be clear. This moment is not just about one man's greed, one man's corruption, or one man's contempt for the Constitution. This is about a handful of the wealthiest people on earth who, in their insatiable greed, have hijacked our economy and our political system in order to enrich themselves at the expense of working families throughout this country. Yes, yeah, I am talking about Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Mark talking about the incredible injustice of the top 1% in America now owning more wealth than the bottom 93%. I'm talking about the richest people in America becoming much, much richer, while 60% of our people live paycheck to paycheck, struggling every day to pay their rent and mortgage, pay for child care and education, pay for their health care and prescription drugs, afford decent quality food for their kids, and maybe, just maybe, put aside a few bucks for their retirement. I am talking about our nation, the richest country in the history of the world, having the highest rate of childhood and senior poverty of almost any major country on earth. I am talking about our great nation, having 85 million Americans uninsured or underinsured, and 800,000 people who are homeless, including all the while Mr. Musk is on his way to becoming a trillionaire. I'm talking about the incredible data of the richest people in this country pouring hundreds of millions of dollars into artificial intelligence and robotics, which in the next decade will decimate tens of millions of jobs for the American working class. I'm talking about a millionaire class who believe that they have the divine right to rule, and who not only want massive tax breaks for themselves, but who reject any form of accountability or checks on their power. My fellow Americans, we rejected the divine right of kings in the 1770s. We will not accept the divine right of oligarchs today. And now let's take a brief look at where we are today. Where we are today on the 18th day of a government shutdown, which is depriving millions of federal employees of the paychecks they desperately need and deserve. Let me cut to the chase and tell you exactly what this shutdown is all about. As a result of Trump's big, beautiful, disgraceful bill, which made massive cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act, 15 million low-income and working-class Americans are going to lose the health they desperately need to stay alive. My friends, studies suggest that when you throw those 15 million people off of the health care they presently have, 50,000 of them will die unnecessarily every single year. 50,000 Americans die unnecessarily. quadruple. And that is going on all over the country. At a time when we already pay, by far, the highest prices in the world for health care, millions of Americans are going to see outrageous increases in the health care premiums, which they cannot afford. Why is that happening? Why are the Republicans making a broken healthcare system, dysfunctional healthcare system, even worse? Why are they bringing our healthcare system to the verge of collapse? We all know the answer. We all know the answer. It was to give $1 trillion in tax breaks to Mr. Musk, Mr. Bezos, Mr. Zuckerberg, Mr. Ellison, and the rest of the 1%. $1 trillion in cuts to Medicaid, and the ACA, $1 trillion in tax breaks for the 1%. That, my fellow Americans, is what this shutdown is all about. And let me be as clear as I can be. No, I will not vote for a budget that throws 15 million Americans off their health care. No, I will not vote for a budget that doubles premiums for 20 million Americans. No, I will not vote for a budget that forces nursing homes, rural hospitals, community health centers to lay off staff and close their doors throughout this country. All to give huge tax breaks to the billionaire class. So today, right now, I say to my Republican colleagues, come back from your month-long vacation. Start negotiating and do not allow the American healthcare system to be destroyed. End this shutdown. My fellow Americans, we are the greatest country in the history of the world. And when we stand together and don't allow demagogues to divide us up, there is nothing that we cannot accomplish. Yes, yes, we can create a vibrant democracy by ending Citizens United and not allowing billionaires to buy elections. Yes, we can join the rest of the industrialized world and guarantee health care to every man, woman, and child as a human right. Yes, we can build millions of units of low-income and affordable housing and allow our younger generation to enjoy the American dream and own a home of their own. Yes, we can make public colleges and universities tuition-free and have the best child care and public school system in the entire world. Yes, we can expand Social Security so that every senior in our country can retire with dignity. Yes, we can raise the minimum wage to a living wage and guarantee every worker the right to join a union. control worldwide. Yes, we can have a foreign policy that guarantees that never again will American taxpayer dollars be used to starve children in Gaza or any place else. Now let me raise a question that I've been asked over and over again. You know, Bernie, great ideas, but how are you going to pay for them? Great question. Thanks for asking. And here is the answer. At a time when the wealthiest people in America have never, ever had it so good. At a time when billionaires are paying an effective tax rate lower than a truck driver or a nurse. Yes, the top 1% and large profitable corporations will pay their fair share in taxes. My fellow Americans, the establishment, including the corporate media and many of my colleagues in Congress, want you to believe that you are ours. They want you to believe that you cannot change the status quo. But that is a lie. Throughout the history of our country, when Americans have stood up and fought for justice, they have lived. When the founders stood up to King George, they were told it was impossible, but they won. When abolitionists fought to end slavery, they were told it was impossible, but they won. When workers organized to form unions and stood up to their bosses, they were told it was impossible, but they won. When women demanded the right to vote, they were told it was impossible, but they won. When black Americans fought to end segregation, they were told it was impossible, but they won. When the LGBT community stood up for their rights, they were told it was impossible, but they won. Brothers and sisters, they did it then, we can and will do it now. And how do I know that we will succeed? Take a look at this huge crowd right here in our nation's capital. But it is not just here, as I understand it, today, October 18th, 2025, there are more people out on the streets in more communities all over our country than we have ever seen in American history. Brothers and sisters, this is not the end, this is just the beginning. Together, when we stand united, when we don't allow Trump or anybody else to divide us up by the color of our skin, or where we were born, or our sexual orientation, when we stand together, we will create the kind of nation that you and I know we can become. We can and will create a nation devoted to freedom, justice, and democracy. Thank you all very much.
moment. Thank you so much for joining us. You are taking a live look at the No Kings rally that seems to have calmed down a bit. We are not seeing as many people out there. When we say calmed down a bit, some people have moved out of the way after those speeches that we heard. We heard Senator Bernie Sanders talk to the crowds there. We also heard from Bill Nye, the science guy, speaking to folks that took part in the No Kings rally, an event that happened all across the country. And right here at the Capitol, you are seeing a live look there where the crowds have now gone down in size. But thank you so much for joining us. You can download Fox Local on your phone to get the latest updates on the No Kings rally or the forecast as you head out the door and you want to plan out your weekend, a beautiful day outside. Make sure as you head out the door that you are mindful of any traffic restrictions you might encounter because of the rally that took place. But again, we showed you Bernie Sanders making his speech on the stage there, Bill Nye, the science guy, different protesters that were there, and it seemed to be very calm. Nothing major happened, no disruptions there. We also had Fox 5's anchor Chad Ricardo on the scene talking to folks and talking to them about why they wanted to be a part of something like this. Now, folks that were there were touching on many different topics at the Capitol for the No Kings rally, some saying that they wanted to take a stand against the current administration, while others saying that they wanted to show their support for federal workers that have been laid off and furloughed and are left in limbo. Others talking about the war in Gaza and what's going on in the Middle East. So many different topics were touched upon, and we saw people with their posters with American flags, the Palestine flags, and we had a crew there talking to the folks as well. Thank you again for joining us, and you can always watch us on Fox Local. Make sure you download that on your smartphone for the latest on the top stories in the DMV area and for your forecast. Have a great weekend.
Just in time.
I thought it would go longer than 2:41. Okay, this is charging, and then where's the charger for this one?